네, 3분 정도 남겨두고 있습니다. 10시 30분 정각.
This forum will be beginning at 10:30. Please switch your mobile phone to the silent mode. If you scan the QR code on the screen, you could scan the code and you could watch. You could see the details of the program of today, and the program book will be uploaded online very soon. We'll be beginning the sessions very soon, and we also prepared refreshment on the lobby. You could have it, you could enjoy it.
영남대학교
Welcome all of you to the second day of Global Saemaul Forum 2024. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am announcer Lee Ju-young. I'll be hosting today's forum. The weather's so good today, so on the way to this campus, I feel so good. I believe that you could also enjoy your free time and enjoying the beautiful weather. Hosted by Yeungnam University and Yeungnam University International Development Cooperation Center and sponsored by Daegu Bank and the Global Saemaul Development Network. This forum highlights the achievement of the Saemaul International Development Cooperation Center in the 77-year history of Yeungnam University, along with Korea's rapid economic development. Under the theme of the key to human prosperity, sharing Korea's development experience, focusing on the cases of Saemaul International Development sharing, we'll be sharing the best Saemaul practices practices throughout the sessions. And this forum is being live broadcast via YouTube channel. And for those of you who can't make it on-site, please continue your attention and interest, albeit online. We're providing simultaneous interpretation service. Please set channel number 1 for Korean and channel number 2 for English. Please scan the QR code on the site and download the program book online. And the program book will be delivered later on. To commence, Park Sung-woo, Executive Vice President of Educational Innovation, Yeungnam University, will be delivering opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand.
Students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great honor to welcome all of you to the second day of our Global Saemaul Forum, which commemorates the 77th anniversary of Yeungnam University. As we celebrate this milestone, our university stands poised for a new leap forward under the vision Eyes to the Future, Challenges to the World. As you are well aware, thanks to the exceptional leadership and vision of President Choi Wei-chul, Yeungnam University has established itself as a global center for education and research on Saemaul 운동. Our mission is to share Korea's developmental experiences, particularly the international model of Saemaul development, with the global community in our collective pursuit of shared prosperity. Yesterday, we had the privilege of hosting government officials, public authorities, and preeminent academics from around the world. We had the opportunity to share valuable insights on the enduring legacy of Saemaul 운동 and its potential to shape the future of the global community. Many emphasized the importance of Saemaul 운동 as not only a vital component of Korea's development, but also as a valuable exemplary model for sustainable development worldwide. One of the major outcomes from yesterday's forum is that starting in 2 years, we will hold the Global Saemaul Forum biannually, elevating it to a status comparable to that of Davos Forum. I deeply thank President Choi Wei-chul for his efforts in achieving these results. And although he is not present here this morning, I ask you all to join me in expressing our gratitude with a round of applause to him. I'm hopeful that we can continue to build on the critical lessons and insights garnered from yesterday's presentations and discussions. Today, our focus shifts to the practical application of Saemaul 운동 principles in grassroots settings. 3 distinguished professors from Yeungnam University who have been deeply involved in research and practical projects related to Saemaul 운동, along with the 5 field experts from both Korea and abroad, will share their case studies. I'd like to express my special thanks to all those moderators and presenters in today's sessions. Additionally, I'm deeply grateful to Dr. Tawfiq Jamal, President of Werab University in Ethiopia, and his esteemed delegation for honoring us with their presence. Thank you. Lastly, I encourage everyone here today to actively participate in the sessions and engage in the discussions. Thank you for your attention. 감사합니다.
네, 고맙습니다. 영남
Thank you, Vice President Park, for your opening remarks. Let me start the 3rd session of the 2nd day of Global Saemaul Forum. The moderator will be Lee Jung-ju, Vice President of PSPS Yeungnam University. We'll be sharing the best practices and exemplary cases of Saemaul 운동. And I'd like to take over my microphone to the moderator, Dr. Lee Jung-ju. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
panelists, please use the podium on the stage. And also there is a timer, so please keep your time limits. I'm going to hand over the microphone, Ms. Ali.
Yes, I'm Yu Jung-ju, Professor, Department of Saemaul Studies and International Development, and Vice Dean of PSBS Yeungnam University. And today, I'm a chair of the session 3. So I'm glad that so many of distinguished guests are here today for the Global Saemaul Forum on the 77th anniversary of Yeungnam University. And I'm especially grateful to the speakers who have joined this forum for their presentations. And first, let me introduce today's speakers. First, Professor Jung Jin-young. He is Department of Environmental Engineering, Yeungnam University. And Professor So Yong-won, Department of Civil Engineering of Yeungnam University. And the Director General Sang-won Moon, Korea International Cooperation Agency. And the Professor Afzal Ahmed Khan, Department of Saemaul Studies and International Development, Yeungnam University. Thank you. And as has been announced, first all the speakers will give their presentation, and there will be a Q&A session. And I would like to express my understanding to all speakers. Please complete your presentation a little earlier than the given time, if possible. So for having the Q&A time, okay? So from now on, we will start the session 3, pivoting from motivation to action, best practice 1 of the 77th anniversary of Yeungnam University. So first, I am pleased to invite Professor Jung Jin-young of University to the stage. He is head of Innovation Convergence in University to date, and also had the Gyeongbuk Green Environmental Support Center. Professor Jung will give a presentation on the topic of status and the perspectives of the energy positive sewage treatment system.
안녕하세요. In Korean instead of English. 안녕하십니까? 저는
Good morning. I am Jung Jin-young, Professor of Environmental Engineering, Yeungnam University. I think that today's topic could be a little bit complicated to understand, but I will try to be simple as much as possible. Today, I would like to talk about the energy positive sewage treatment system, and I've been conducting research on this part for the past 30 years. And recently, I conducted research on how we could make the sewage treatment system energy positive, and I found a lot of results from my research, so I'd like to talk about the result of my research. And I believe that today's contents might be a little bit difficult to understand, so more details will be found from my presentation material. You could refer to my presentation material, but I'll try to explain it in more simple language. I know most of you might have visited Cheonggyecheon in Seoul, and this is what it looked in the past. And there are a lot of buildings of the large conglomerates and a lot of companies. But in the past, in 1950s, it was destroyed due to the war. But in 1960, it was still bad. And in 1970, there are a lot of spoiled river around Cheonggyecheon. And in 1990, it was covered by the road. But recently, it has been renovated, and it has become one of the famous tourist attractions in Korea. And this is called latrine. So I could say this is the old style of a toilet. So normally the feces and the urine was fermented into the soil and we use it for farming. And when we fail to manage the quality of the soil, it stinks a lot. As you are aware of, environmental issues are closely related to the economic development. As you can see, the GNI was really low, but now it has exceeded to over $33,000. In 1961, the water supply coverage was only 17%, but in 2013, it has increased to 98.5%. So now a lot of people could have clean and safe water. And it is commonly said that if you drink a clean water, you could live 20 more years. So I could say that clean water is closely related to the health and the longevity. And we also build a lot of dams and the street in order to reduce the possibility of the flood. So in line with our economic development, we have been improving the quality in the water supply and the sewage treatment. So we've been developed a lot in these fields. And it is also correlated with our GNI increases. I know that all of the countries might have different circumstances, but if you want to increase your GNI, you need to pay attention to the clean water and the sewage treatment. When we complete these two parts, we could ensure safety, quality, life. And I would like to take an example of Helmand. In the past, in 1971, the rate in the young students having the Helmand infection was over 71%, but it has decreased a lot, and it means that the infection rate decreased a lot during the past years, and this was all thanks to the supply of the clean water. As you are aware of, South Korea overcame a lot of difficulties. There were 3 hardships in the past. First of all, we overcame the Japanese occupation. And from 1950 to 1953, we had a civil war. A lot of people lost their life due to this civil wars. Not only that, South Korea suffered extreme poverty in the past. Not only that, there are a lot of other constraints, such as we have little natural and human resources in the past, and we didn't have an economic engine for the country's development, and we were heavily dependent on the economy, on the foreign aid. And as I also mentioned that 77% of the young students were infected with the Helmand egg positive. But we exerted a lot of effort in supplying the clean water. And we have our unique experiences in Korea, and we separated into some key components, and we made our new partnership titled Pride. First of all, it is related to water supply and security, sanitation and sewagery, water quality and pollution control, river and ecosystem restoration, watershed management, and conservation of drinking water, and making the park around the watershed. Like this, we've been making a lot of innovative solutions, and we did have our decision-making system. And lastly, we also made an evaluation system. So first of all, I would like to talk about P from Pride. I will not cover all of the part due to the time constraint, but I would like to talk, broadly talk about it. So we have a master plan of the water environment management for every 10 years, and we do also have the master plan of water supply management for every 10 years. Not only that, we designed a master plan with the relevant registration, and then we carried out the action plan. And lastly, we provide the technical guidance. In terms of the target-based plan, we have 3 different types. One is a short-term, second one is a mid-term, and the third one is a long-term. Lastly, next, I would like to move on to the research part from the PRIDE. In this research part, the public, the private companies and agencies are all engaged. First of all, for the resources management, Ministry of Land, Transport and Infrastructure is engaged, and K-Water is also engaged in the resource management part. For the water quality management, Ministry of Environment makes the policy, and KER and the National Institute of Environmental Research is making the policies and the technologies. And lastly, the Environmental Corporation is carrying out all of the plans and the actions. The same goes for irrigation, hydro, and disaster safety management as well. As such, we've been making a lot of laws related to water. First of all, we made the law related to the water resource management, and we also made a lot of registration related to the water quality preservation as well. Next part is about monitoring. We need to see whether all of the registration and laws that we made are possibly and are properly operated. So we built this kind of monitoring station in order to monitor the situation. And also we develop innovative technologies. In terms of the water supply, we introduced advanced treatment system. It could provide safe water to the public using ozone and a lot of innovative technology. In terms of the wastewater treatment, we use nitrogen. We try to remove nitrogen and phosphorus using various innovative technologies. Next is decisive implementation. This is the budget on water, and as you can see, we invested huge amount of money in the water management. It was over 3 trillion Korean won in 2015. We invested this money into developing the infrastructure. And what matters is the strong leadership and effective regulation. We also have the policy called from comprehensive planning to persistent implementation, which means that we evaluate all the performances in order to evaluate and in order to reward. The last one is the rapid implementation and timely investment. And these were made in the priority. At first, we got the investment using the foreign aid, but as time goes by, we started to invest our money into water management. In terms of the mechanical water, we start from the quantity, and then we moved on to the quality, and at last, we cultivate the eco-friendly ecosystem. And evaluation is also important. When we do the evaluation, we need to think how we could get the best outcomes out of the best outputs. So when we planned and when we implemented the policies and action, we need to evaluate at last. And then for the best practices, we need to reward properly. And this will lead to the best outputs and outcomes. As such, we succeeded in managing the water at a global level, and it contributed to the national development as well. In 1969, Park Chung-hee, the former president, accidentally visited a small village when he was on the way back from monitoring a flooded, damaged province. And he found that the forest, the route and road and latrine stream were so well organized. And he found that even though there is a flood, when people and the villagers well manage their infrastructure, we could prevent the floods and other natural disasters. That's why from 1971 to 1979, he got detailed monthly progress report of 134 times. and he visited the rural villages many times. And it has become the motivation of the Saemaul Undong. Let me take an example. The government, the Park Chung-hee administration purchased and distributed 336 packs of free cement to all rural village. And he also made a condition that the cement should be used for the public purpose of the village development. And also, he invested 4.1 billion Korean won for the cement, but the benefit was over 12.1 billion. I could say that this project was so effective. And 47.9% of the village was successfully participated. In 1971, he made the 3 principles of the Saemaul Undong, which are diligence, self-help, and cooperation, in the recognition of no success without mind transformation. And President Park Chung-hee wants to make all of the people live well by designing the village once again in a better status. And also, he made a lot of effort in order to improve the living condition of the rural areas. We got 3 lessons from 1970s. So I would like to speak in Korean from now.
모델.
English from now on.
모델을 보시기 바라고요. 다음에 더 rural sanitation accessibility. 그러니까 시골을 먼저 했고, but
So he started from the rural. So he want to start from village, and he made a foundation for a better life. And he also increased the self-help capacity building through a technical training center and solutions greatly influenced gender equity and rural income. By providing the technical training, he gave the capability of the self-help. Lastly,
planned and implement돼서 이제 우리가 외국 자본을 했고 그것이 이제 향후에 발전시킨.
And it also has become the foundation of the further development of the rural areas and the nation as well. And I would like to talk about my research. I conducted my research under the spirit of the Saemaul Undong, and I've been doing my research for the past 20 years. And my study and my research was to transform the energy sufficiency the sewage treatment in an energy positive way. And I would like to make the energy sufficiency at the sewage treatment. And I would like to talk about some details. There were 740 sewage treatment system. And as of 2021, a lot of energy, which amount to 3,770 gigawatts, were used in this treatment system, which means that the sewage treatment system spending a lot of water that we need, and also the energy sufficiency rate was only 10.9%, and most of them was solar energy. And we missed a lot of part that we could do more. We could have the self-sufficiency energy. And I took the examples of the European countries, since Europe has a lot of developed policies regarding energy conservation. They has the policy called wastewater. They also said wastewater has a great energy potential because we could utilize the nitrogen at a more efficient way and in an affordable way. And we try to make the energy system in more energy efficiency way. So I would like to I try to explain it easily. But the biggest problem of the sewage treatment plant is nitrogen. Nitrogen, we need to use a lot of energy for energy, but even though we need to use a lot of energy input in order to make more energy output, so we need to improve the efficiency energy in the sewage treatment process. Korea is treating over 25 million tons of water, and we also consume a lot of energy and water. And when we treat this water, and we are using 55.6% of the energy for the activated sludge aeration, and then we need to change the mindset. And I think this is where I started my research. And I think that if we reduce this amount of energy, I believe that we could enhance the energy efficiency in the water treatment system. This is what I suggested. And a lot of experts in the world are also conducting this research. First of all, I think that we need to remove the nitrogen in a more effective way. And we need to develop the technology to have the energy consumption. So I call it ABC technology. If we realize ABC, we could also realize the energy efficiency and energy self-sufficiency. A stands for absorption, B stands for bio-oxidation, C stands for co-digestion, and I'm into the bio-oxidation part. So B means bio-oxidation. If we want to remove the nitrogen, we need to use huge amount of energy. And we could reduce the energy if we use a new technology. And I developed this technology, and this is what I did. Using this technology, we could save 50% of the energy and 50% of the land. The problem is that the growth period takes too much time, and this is one of the hurdles that I have in developing the technology. There have been a lot of challenges, and it has improved in 2010, and now this part is widely studied globally. This is the core technologies of the energy positive sewage treatment, and which is about the microorganism. It took about 20 years to develop this kind of reaction machine, 30 tons of the reaction machine. And these are the pictures of the microorganism. I will say these are really precious. And it costs about 700 million Korean won per 1 ton. And I also developed the technology to nurture this microorganism in a better way. And I've been publishing a lot of articles and developing a lot of technologies, and I also successfully do the technology transfer. And recently I received an award for the excellent technology. And I've been conducting this technology for the past 20 years, and all thanks to the spirit of the Saemaul Undong. And this is the summary of my technology. And I nurture the precious microorganism in an efficient way. Since it's really stable, it could increase the speed by 5 to 9 times. If we actually, my study and my technology is using low density nitrogen, but if we succeeded in using the high density nitrogen, I believe that I could also receive the Nobel Prize. Once again, I try to integrate all the technology in order to improve the energy efficiency. And if we also further develop the technology, we will successfully remove the nitrogen and save energy. And eventually, we could transform into energy positive treatment. And actually, I would like to talk further details, but since the technological terms are so difficult, I would like to I try my best to put it into the simple language. And I would like to thank all of my colleagues and experts who supported me. Dr. Cho Kyung-jin and Dr. Cho and Dr. Choi Tae-sun and the government and Doosan GS Engineering and Samjin also supported my research. I would like to say thank all of them. I would like to say thank you to all of them. And thank you very much. This concludes my presentation.
The excellent presentation. Okay, please one more time give a big hand to Professor Jung. Yeah, next, I'd like to invite Professor So Young-won to the stage. Professor So dedicated his research to the areas of drainage network and integrating scientific and engineering principles to bridge existing gap. Professor So will give a presentation on the KOICA YU Master's Degree Program in Water Resources Management. I would like to presentation to Professor So.
Thank you, Professor Lee.
네, 이 교수
From Department of Civil Engineering of College of Engineering, and I also working for PSPS, which is Park Jung-hee School of Saemaul and Policy, as in a Department of Sustainable Development also. Today I'm talking about the KOICA YU Master's Degree Program in Water Resources Management. Don't worry about that. I'm not talking about research stuffs today. So I just introduced this program to you guys as a good example of international cooperation in different areas. Okay, this is outline of my talk today. I'm going to talk about first introduce the PSPS, the graduate school, and then I talking about this KOICA YU Master Degree Program in Water Resources Management, and how that program works and managed in our university. This is the organization of Park Jung-hee School of Policy and Saemaul. We have three departments here. First one is the Department of Saemaul and International Development. The second one is Department of Public Policy and Leadership. And the last one is the Department of Sustainable Development, where we have two majors here. First one is for the forestry, and the second one is for the water resources management. So far, we have currently, from the number of students is up to 94 students studying here from 25 different countries. So far, we have almost like more than 900 students studying in our PSPS, and from 73 different countries all around the world. And this is the KOICA YU Master's Degree Program in Water Resources Management. This program started last year, February. We start to getting the application from that period. But the first page actually started from the fall semester last year. And we have 15 students from every year from 12 countries for the first phase, including Ghana, 2 from Ghana, 1 from Nigeria, 2 from Nepal, 1 from Algeria, Rwanda, Mongolia, Bolivia, Burundi, Uganda, 2 from Indonesia, Cameroon, and Cambodia. I'm working as a PM for this program. Also, Professor Jin-young Jung Jin-young, the previous speaker before my presentation, he's a very important job here as an academic manager. And 3 other professors from Jang Gap-soo here from life science, Baek Sang-soo from environmental engineering, and Choi Hyun-hee from civil engineering also take part in this program as a valuable teachers and lecturers. Also, we have administration staff. Da Jung is working very hard for this program. Thank you very much. And before I'm talking about this program, I should mention this Sustainable Development Goals from UN that we should achieve by 2030. We have different areas. Total, we have 17 goals here, proposed here. But the water here, one of them is clean water, including clean water sanitation and the life of below water. But actually, this clean water is related to all other sustainable development goals in many ways. So now we have global water security threatened, I think, by mostly by climate change and contamination. Now this frequency and intensity of natural disaster increases, probably by climate change. Also, we have some problem to find and supply clean water. And these problems are especially more like a vulnerable for developing countries. So this is why we think that this international cooperation in terms of water resources management is highly important. And this program is contributing to the problem-solving ability to the issues, important issues related to water resources management in developing countries. Also, this program contributes to one of the sustainable SDG, which is clean water and sanitation. But as I told you before, this target, this goal is related to all other problems. For example, like no poverty, reduced inequalities, and the sustainable cities and communities, also life on land and the water. So now I'm talking about the program management. We have some safety and health issue. One of the students, Lilian, she has no choice but to go back to her home country. But even in that case, we provide the online study to keep her study in Korea. She is safely back eventually. And this is the admission of this program. First one is KOICA round, which is performed by KOICA. We collect this application by a KOICA overseas office or Korean embassy. So they screen the first applicant, about like more than 60 applicants, and they hand it over to us, which is start from second round, which is from our university. So we take this step to find the final students, 15 students all around the world. So including like an interview or document review, we select the final attendees for this program. And this is academic schedule. We have 1.5 years. This is one of our university's advantages here, because we have like a semester during the summer. So we have total 4 semesters. But the final semester is for writing the thesis. We have like providing the coursework for 3 semesters here. But we have also have some like a very intensified Korean language classes. I think most students suffer from that course. But it's one of the requirements of our program, and I think that knowing the country, best way to know the country is best to learn the languages of the country. So you have like a more deep ideas how Korean works here. And this is curriculum we provide for the coursework here. We have some required course, as I told you, as a Korean language is pretty intensive, but please enjoy this Korean program. We have like 3 required courses: introduction to hydrology, hydraulics, and water resources policy. And also for the second semester, we have required classes like a water resources science technology or appropriate technology, field study. But we provide also some like choices for students. So this curriculum is based on the students' choice. This coursework open. For example, like a climate change and water resources management here, and the water resources governance and management, sustainable energy policy and planning, remote sensing and managing water environment, seawater and freshwater related technology engineering. sustainable urban water management. All these courses are open based on the choices of the students. Except for the normal regular curriculum, we provide also extra curriculum, including, you can say, sorry for the Korean, but we have like English here. So including like a field trip to Andong or Daecheong Dam here. We have some seminar from alumni. I will talk about that later. Also campus voluntary activities also. And this summer we're going to visit one of the institute of South Korea for construction technology. Also we're going to visit Cheonggae Stream. Professor Jung mentioned in his slide before. Actually, when I was working for a company, I actively participated in that restoration of Cheonggae Stream. This is how students live in during our program. We have some campus tour orientation, some voluntary works. I'm not sure it's voluntary, but many students enjoy it. And so they also experience of Korean food and athletics. Also, Chuseok is a famous Korean holiday. Also, we have some seminar, Korean cluster, Korea Water Cluster, visit Korea Water Cluster. Also, we have some president seminar, sorry. Also, we attended some events such as Korea International Water Week, which was coordinated with the Intergovernmental Hydrology Program of UNESCO. Also, there's some like a Saemaul forum, alumni seminar. We get some experience and advices from alumni. Also, administration building. Also, this is one of the seminar which invited the former president of the K-Water. So this is the key evaluation index we think mostly important for this program, which is so we want to improve knowledge and the capacity on the country's key issue of water resources management. So this program evaluates the trainees' ability, self-evaluation, based on the self-evaluation of the attendant. So we evaluate this ability right before the start of the program, and after the program, how much progress the students made during this program. So this is also linked to mid to long-term management goal of the KOICA. And also I told you the SDG 6, which is clean water and sanitation. So 2 surveys, we actually have more than 2 surveys, but most important 2 surveys are conducted. One before the start of the training program and right after immediately after its completion of this program. So we measure how much improvement of capacity or knowledge the students has made during this program. And one of the interesting results from this is the results of the first survey. So we asked which is the most important water-related issue in your country. Usually we think of like a shortage of water supply or like clean water might be the issue. But what we found is that the flooding is one of the most important issue student answered. This is a little bit different from our expectation actually. And also, which of the following best describe the broad category of topics from this graph that you are most interested in at this point? So we asked the students' interest on the water resources issues, and also we have some interesting results. Most students are interested in integrated water resources management. So this is a concept, is like the holistic approach for the water resources management. But also students talk about the water-related disasters such as flood and drought. They are most interested in. And this is a survey results at the right start of the program. As I mentioned, the key evaluation index to derive this key evaluation index for this program. And the result shows that the participants' evaluation at the start of the program. So they answer that they evaluate their own knowledge and skill in terms of water resources management. On average, their skill is like 56 points out of 100 points. So we want to improve this one up to more than 9 points actually right after the program. This is how they satisfy with this curriculum or the faculty members and the lectures. Most of them answers very good. The answers was very good. They mostly satisfied with this program. We also, as I told you, we also send. This is like a survey. Which classes you want to open in the next semester? As I told you, there are some choices on the curriculum that students can participate in. Okay, so this is the survey results and implication. Lastly, so this program aims to achieve an average measurement of a value of water resources management, competence, and the knowledge of. So students answer they have knowledge about. They evaluate their knowledge, which is 54 on average. We wanna raise it up to like more than 90.48 right after this program. And this, as I told you, the courses they can make a choice for the advanced courses. This is based on students' opinions and demands. So we're also running the specialized courses to deepen students' expertise to cultivate individual capacity for resolving or addressing water resources issues in their home country. So I hope this program successfully contribute to improve these trainees and students' knowledge and skills during this program. Okay, this is all my research. Thank you very much.
Okay, Professor, so thank you for your presentation. Okay, thank you very much. So as you know, so PSPS, including all the professors and staff members, do our best to support the academic part and the non-curricular activities, right? So, and to stay here in foreign country, please take care of yourself and study hard and enjoy the Korean life and try to make good memories in Korea, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Please give one more time big hand to Professor Sir. Yes, next is Director General Sang-won Moon. So Director General Moon has much interest in rural development based on Korean Saemaul Undong. He received the Prime Minister Saemaul Undong Commendation for contribution to Global Saemaul Undong 2015, and he is currently studying Saemaul International Development, and he is PhD at Yeungnam University. So let's warmly welcome Director General Moon to the stage. So,
very good.
Yes, Director General Moon will give a presentation on the Saemaul Undong Plus and the Poverty Program, a case study on the Rural Community Development Project in Myanmar.
Yeah, thank you. Today I will introduce the Saemaul Undong project case in Myanmar and also present the new Saemaul Plus and Poverty Program that KOICA is preparing. KOICA has implemented a Saemaul Undong project that faithfully reflects the experience and success factors of 1970s Saemaul Undong in Korea, with Myanmar Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock in 110 villages of 10 regions from 2014 to 2020, with a budget of the 2 million. The project was structured to achieve the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, through the capacity development for self-reliant income generation and self-reliant development by adding the contemporary elements such as partnership, appropriate technology, and agricultural value chain enhancement to Saemaul core value of diligence, self-help, cooperation, and competition and reward, voluntary participation of residents, the leadership of village leader, and trust of residents. The ultimate goal is to contribute to sustainable rural development by sharing a rural community development model suitable for Myanmar with core value and methodology of Saemaul. Based on the experience of Korea rural development, Saemaul, we have established some we have established a master plan to establish and disseminate a Myanmar rural development model and establish and operate a Saemaul training center for localization of farmer education, operated a pilot project, village project, and evaluated and reflected its lessons to establish a Myanmar rural development policy. The most important Saemaul governance was formed as a national level governance composed of the central government, the local government, and village committees. Korea's project consultant only performed the role of facilitating this under the governance system of Myanmar government. The master plan is divided into a first stage policy master plan for project implementation and a second stage policy master plan for the Myanmar government to carry out on its own project. For the success of the project, the key factor of Saemaul education, we established a Saemaul training center, rural development training center, and educated government officials and village leaders. By 2019, totally the 5,526 village leaders and government officials were educated. After such capacity development, 110 pilot villages were selected and village project for income growth, village environment improvement, and capacity development were implemented. Village projects were promoted centered on the Village Development Committee. And Saemaul leaders and all important decisions were made at the village general meeting. From the village cleaning to marketing, agricultural technology, education, and training were conducted, and villagers with such developed capacity building capabilities performed the various village environment improvement projects and income growth project. Each project was evaluated in a mutual evaluation format and divided into grade A, B, C, and each A grade village was paid twice the village project budget in the following year, and B grade villages were paid the 1.5 times. In addition, about 40% of total project cost was self-funded by villagers, and only 60% was supported by KOICA. The result of the project were more than the 100 times more effective and efficient than previous the donor-centered rural development project. The Saemaul project was implemented in earlier years with easy project to maximize the learning impact and give a confidence to villagers, and difficult projects were implemented in later years. This project impact was recognized to the national leaders, and at the time, Aung San Suu Kyi, a national advisor, instructed the policy to expand the Saemaul Undong project nationwide in a dialogue with the people. Also, after KOICA project ended, some regional government implemented an additional Saemaul Undong project in 26 villages in 4 regions with regional government budget. In addition, an enforcement degree was established to manage the village fund formed by the project each region, and the village project could be promoted sustainable. The Minister of Agriculture decided to adopt the final output of the project, Saemaul Rural Development Policy Report, as a national rural development policy. On the other hand, this project served as a platform for various Korean companies and the local government to participate in. In particular, the POSCO International, which is conducting a local gas field project, also supported 10 villages as a CSR project. Based on this experience of the Myanmar Saemaul Undong project, KOICA is planning a new Saemaul Undong program, Saemaul plus the End Poverty program, together with Saemaul Undong, the association, and Gyeongsangbuk-do province, and the Rural Development Administration. This program has ultimate goal of the contributing the poverty elevation, eradication, and through the cultivation of the self-reliance capacity and income growth of developing country rural residents, and based on the experience of Korea Saemaul Undong. It includes the innovative elements such as digital and climate change to pursue the sustainable development. It has the midterm goals. This project has a basic direction of the planning a long-term program, 10 years, of partner country at the national level. And second is talking with the local governance sequentially the project execution, such as organization and the capacity development and pilot project. And third, achieving the rural poverty, the eradication using innovative means such as digital and climate change response. The fourth, the program composition, the faithful to the core value of and the experience of our country, Saemaul ODA. And finally, creating the synergy effects through the collaboration between the domestic institutions. And detailed project composition elements, post priorities, capacity enhancement of government, village leaders, and local government officials and the villagers. This is because the capacity development is very important, and this program is not a donor country program. This is the partner country is the subject of development. Second, the village environment improvement. So we carry out the basic environmental improvement and welfare improvement project, and in particular, we create an environment for responding to the modern the technology and climate change. So finally, the income growth develops a means of income growth in agriculture and non-agricultural agriculture, and strengthening agricultural value chain, and promote the village bank finance to increase the residents' financial accessibility and make it a lever for income creation. The program implementation considers the harmony of top-down development led by the government and bottom-up development led by the village people, and all stakeholders collaborating in the process. We think that it is important to manage performance-centered and evaluate annually after pilot project, and we think it is important to run through the practice and reward for excellent village. And poverty eradication measures multidimensional poverty through the capacity-centered approach of the Professor Amartya Sen. And finally, we prepare on access strategies such as a village bank and the village organization to ensure sustainability. Above all, it reflects multi-sectoral elements of digital, climate change, and the migration development that were not in the situation of the Korea rural area in 1970s. We find a way to contribute to income growth by providing the digital education and digital utilization and training programs to resolve the digital gaps, and conducting the digital communication device distribution project, and improving the village environment through the digital utilization M-Health program, and forest greening to prevent the desertification, and digital utilization, village bank, fund management and saving, etc. And information exchange related to agricultural value chain, smart farm, and digital utilization, agricultural technology. Income growth using the new carbon farming method and the organic farming technology utilization. In addition, we build a virtuous cycle program where trained villagers come to Korea as the seasonal workers and return after 6 months of labor, and use the acquired agricultural technology again in their homeland to lead to the income growth. In conclusion, when faithfully applying the success of factor of the Saemaul Undong, such as the political philosophy of top leaders, consistent policy promotion, national emphasis, and active participation, the Saemaul education for all classes of the people, training of male and female Saemaul leaders, dedicated service, and the leadership of the Saemaul leaders, regular announcement the successful case and evaluation and commendation and support from the all government department, selection and concentration, and application of the principle of competition. While the reflecting such kinds of new element, the Saemaul Undeong will be a program that make the rural poor of today developing country get rid of the poverty and live well. And thank you for your listening. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, dear the Director General Moon. So as you know, the Korea is the very significant, probably agents of Korea to the ODA, Korea's implement Korea's ODA. So KOICA is implemented the Saemaul project in the world, in the many countries around the world. Nowadays, KOICA is planning to start a new program called as the Saemaul Undeong Plus and the poverty programs. So we expect a good result. Okay. So one more time, please give hand to the Director General Sang Moon. And lastly, yes, let me introduce Professor Afzal Ahmed Khan. So he was a researcher professor at the Park Chung-hee Saemaul Undeong Institute, Yeungnam University, and he served as a lecturer of Korea Studies at the University of Delhi, India. So today, yes, so today Professor Khan will give a presentation on the effectiveness of implementation of Saemaul Undeong consciousness reform for rural development in North Central India. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank to the President of Yeungnam University and IIDC Director and all the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to present today in GSF Global Saemaul Forum 2024. My presentation title is today Effectiveness of Implementation of Saemaul Undeong Consciousness Reform for Rural Development in North Central part of India. Especially, I am going to focus on the particular 3 state or 4 state of India which is deprived by the poverty and hungerness. So basically, I will analyze those 4 states. So I have divided my presentation in 5 parts. The first one is the introduction, where I will demonstrate about the background of the study, and then theoretical framework, and then research methodology, and the result of analysis, and how the Saemaul Undeong, the modern Saemaul Undeong could be implemented in India, and what kind of the method should be of the implementation. And the final part is a summary and the conclusion part. So when we think about India, generally in the recent decade, actually India is a kind of hot cake in the modern world and known for the economic development. India achieved a remarkable result in the economic development. It attained almost like the 6.5% of the development of the GDP, and it is the 5th largest economy in the world. And in 2027, India will be about the 4th largest economy in the world. But despite of that, when we see the root of India and the background of India on the surface, we find that Indian society is divided into the poor and rich. So in the surface, actually, the social inequality have the great concern for the economist and the thinker of the social norms. So there are some less developed area, and it is said that the 90% of the national wealth held by only 1% of the richer people in India. So that means that 99% people living in the middle and under the middle income people. So at present, the high rate of unemployment, the data given by ILO, International Labour Organization, recently this year, it said that 80% of the Indian youth are unemployed, and most of them are living in the rural area. And the government, in order to solve this problem, government of India is serving free food and the grains every month to those 80% people on the free of cost. So this is how the Indian economy is surviving. So some of the economic critics say that the development of India is a kind of bubble. It can be burst anytime. Anytime it can be burst, and that will be the devastation for the India. So almost the Indian, if you will see the demography of India, more than 69% are the youth, and among them the 80% are unemployed. So that is the basic issue in India. So and the rural region of India, especially I'm focusing on this presentation, the central part of India, the north central part of India are the barrier of the development. And we need to focus on especially the rural development. So of course the Indian government are making some plans, and we have also a Panchayati Raj system which is very resembled to the Saemaul Undong. But somehow it has been failed in order to bring India from the poverty. So we will try to find a way how to implement Saemaul Undong in India or integrate with the Panchayat Raj system in India, which can uplift the Indian rural area from the poverty and hungerness. So generally we can see from this map, and we can understand that in the red circle, there are 4 states. First is in the red area, that is called Bihar, where the Buddha was attained the enlightenment. And the second one is the Jharkhand, which has, it is the government data, Indian government data is said that the 50% population are living under the hungerness or poverty. But the line of poverty has defined by Indian government is very critical. If someone is the poor who earn less than $0.4 a day. So $0.4 a day earning is the standard of deciding the person under the line of the poorness. So that is very critical, I think. And so we want to address these 4 areas, and the significance of these 4 regions also connected to the capital city, New Delhi. So the first one is the Uttar Pradesh, which has the largest population. And the second one is the Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand. So basically, I want to focus on these 4 areas and what is the main cause of the regional development is succeeding in these areas. So I will try to analyze those areas. When we go back into the history, the Korea and India have the similar history of the colonization, and after the colonization, the both countries tried to fix the problem of eradication of poverty. And then they both made the economic plan. Of course, the India made economic plan earlier than Korea. India made the economic plan of the 5-year in 1950, actually. But Korea started during the Pak Chung-hee period of the 1960. And the rural development started in the same period as Korea started. In 1970, India also started and implemented the Panchayati Raj in India. But as we see that India is still struggling with the rural development problems. We can see the Panchayat Raj failure on the surface of Indian rural area, but at the same time, when we compare with the Saemaul Undong have a very good example the Korea have set, and it has been implementing in many developing countries as a great model. Adopting the model of Saemaul Undong, it will also leveraging the poverty from India. So through this map, we can see how many % of India and the world have the poverty of nutrition problem in India or the world through this graph. So through the rural development comparison and the India, actually in 2005, actually they tried to revise the Panchayat Raj system, and they have implemented a new program in India that is called MG Narega, which is established by Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. That MG Narega has some kind of key component which gives the 100 days of the employment to every citizen of India who is living under the poverty line. So that program is significant good and working very well. And if someone wants to get the employment, they can apply through the government website and they get the employment job. And also the government give employment to the people within the 5 kilometers of their residential area. But the thing is that through this program, actually government is trying to building the infrastructure of the regional area. But this program is not working well in India despite of introducing this program. Almost 25 years has been gone, but the result outcome is not positive. So I would like to focus on the scope of the study. So generally it focus on the 3 regions, the center, north part of India, and the special of the scope is the how this Korea program could be implemented in India, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, and Jharkhand. And generally we will discuss on the ongoing policy in India and how could be a possible way of the implementation. So when we see about the Korean history of the development, we find that Korea started the land reform in 1950, which is the very earlier period of its independence. In this term, India has been failed. India is not able to still combat with the land reform. And Korea have issued the National Identity Card implementing the Resident Registration Act. So that actually helped to Korea to combat with the corruption in the regional level. And then it implemented the 5-year plan in the 1960, and then in 1970 it implemented the Saemaul movement, Saemaul development program on the national wide. So the basic component of the Saemaul Undong is to improving living standard in the regional area and increasing the income of the rural resident of Korea. And if you will see the scientific element of Saemaul Undong, it could be the first one is the community participation, and then the second one is the leadership development in every village, and then the targeted investment and the technology adaptation and the knowledge transfer to the one village to another village, or the like the model of the one village to another village. So if we classified this Saemaul development program which happened in 1970, so it could be divided into 4 stages. The first stage is the basic stage, traditional stage, and then second one is the foundation creation stage, and then third one is the expanding stage, and the fourth one is the advanced stage. So this can be applied to any country which is a developing country or which economy is the very similar to the Korea, which was in 1970. But this 4 stage has been adopted by some another way, which we can find through the economic growth of the Rostow, which he proposed that for like the stage of economic growth in the 5 way. So the first one is the traditional society. So if you will, I think Park Chung-hee, the President Park Chung-hee, adopted this idea from the Rostow, which was the quite working idea, and the Rostow presented this idea as a non-communist manifesto of the economic development. So Park Chung-hee has a very great relation with the Rostow, who was also economist in the US government at that time. So he visited actually Korea, Rostow in the second, we can see in the picture, he's here. So he's having meeting with the Park Chung-hee. And so we can compare with the Rostow economic development with the Korea Saemaul development stage. So the first one is the traditional society, which can be compared with the ignition stage. And the second one is the prediction of takeoff. So that could be the very similar to the foundation creation stage of the any economy. And then the third one is the takeoff or the transition period. That could be we can explain as the expanding stage of the Saemaul. And the fourth one is the drive to maturity, which is the advanced stage of Saemaul Undong. And then the Rostow actually proposed the age of high consumption, mass consumption. That is the present day of Korea, which suggested by the Rostow. Rostow visited many times in Korea, meet Korean official, and given lecture even in the many places in Korea. So we can understand, we can combine the two theory together, the Rostow and Park Chung-hee Saemaul project, and then it could be applied to any country successfully. So when we see the traditional society's feature, any country's regional area is interpreted as a traditional society. So they have the agrarian economy, limited productivity, and static social structure. They don't want to change anything in their structure. And then the cultural tradition norms, which Korea also have in 1970. And then the limitation of technology and innovation. The India regional area is also fighting with this kind of problem, and then the resistance of the change. So when we see the 17 goal of the SDGs, which adopted by the United Nations and to achieve in 2030, the first two components are very important. One is the no poverty, and the second one is the zero hunger. And Indian government is supporting 80% of its people for the zero hunger. They are giving the government is providing free food every month to the people, but those the providing support, the government aids are given by the other country as a ODA. Generally, when we see to the distribution of ODA, India is the second largest country who receive the ODA from all over the world. So when we see the component of sustainable development, the United Nations said to achieve economic growth and sustainable development, it is indispensable for low-income country to achieve food security for people, hence eradicating the poverty. And when we see the philosophy of Saemaul Undong, the blueprint community development model, it said the multiple researchers have identified Saemaul Undong as an ideal model for enhancing growth, promoting rural development, and reducing the poverty. And recently, the Professor Choi-Chul has emphasized that the Korea as an advanced nation has a responsibility to contribute to global regional development. This can be achieved through social contribution program embodying the spirit of Saemaul 2.0. Effectively, implementation requires strong cooperation between the people, government, and academic sector. So he proposed a three-way to implementing the Saemaul 2.0. One is the people to people and the government to government, and the third one is academics. So generally, when we see the international development, how it functions, so shifting resource to combat poverty in the developing nation, and the developing nation or the regional areas generally depend on the aid program. So the most of the country have some kind of habit of the dependency of aid. That is we can criticize as the lack of the sustainability which happen in any developing country. And the mindset of Saemaul Undong, when we see that community-led participation, so it say that it transformed the community to think, made them think that this is their own work. So community engage in the development work. And the consciousness reform through the Saemaul lesson of diligence, self-help, and the cooperation is very essential. And in the Saemaul international development, it educate and train the members of the community and build a leadership. That is, I think, the very important component in the Saemaul international development, and overcome the reliance on the foreign aid and the support. And it also fosters sustainable development in nation capacity building. So right now, at present context, we have this part, which is very important. So I would like to propose, even for India, this part. First, we have to educate and train the member of the community and leader in the society. I have interviewed informally with the many faculty member of Indian Development Studies or the Korean department in India. And when I asked them about any idea about the Saemaul Undong or something, they said that we do not know about exactly what is the Saemaul Undong. We know that Korea is the developed nation, but we do not know about the function of Saemaul Undong, how it contributed to the society. So first we have to focus to any developing country. First we have to focus on the first part. That is the educate and train member of the community, so that they can train to the other people, and also they can do the consciousness reform in the society. So there are 9. Okay.
Would you summarize your presentation?
Yes, within 2 minutes, please. I would like to wrap up all the things. Okay. So thank you. So actually, the Chul, president of the Yeungnam University, have suggested the 9 successful factors of the Saemaul Undong. But when we summarize these 9 factors, among 9 factors, we can find the Saemaul education and training is the most essential part of the 9 factors of the successful factor of the Saemaul Undong. The second one is the leadership and the consistency, and the third one is the community engagement and participation is the third component, and the fourth one is the strategic focus on the government support. So I would like to put the government support. In India, the government is giving the support to the people, 80% people right now, and the people are dependent on the government support. So, but through the analyzing of the Saemaul successful factor, we can see the strategic focus and the government support come onto the 4th places. So this is the comparison of what is the Panchayat Raj and the second one is the Saemaul. So both have the almost similar function, and both have the same kind of like the central government to the village. But there is a difference between the last part of Panchayat system and the Saemaul. In Saemaul, they focus on the single one village. But in India, the Panchayat, Gram Panchayat is consist of 8 to 9 villages. So here the problem occur. Actually, the Indian village system consists of like this: the privileged class village, and then the lower village. So lower class village is surrounded by the privileged class village. So high class people living in the central area of the village, and then there are different villages. So all the benefit taken by the privileged class villages. So this is how the discrimination is continue in the India. So in order to address this issue, government has introduced the Manrega scheme in 2005, but yet it is not still working properly. So this is the data published last year by the World Bank. We can see the India had the worldwide population of the poverty, and through the map we can see the red area, how it is affected badly in the world map. And we can see the people having unhealthy food. So we can see through the map, the more than African people, the India are affecting by the not having the healthy food in India. So the people cannot afford the healthy food diet globally 40%, but in India it is 70%. So that is the very critical stage, and India need to address with this issue. So this is why I have selected this area. The 70% of people are affected, and that is the major area which need to concentrate for the development. And right now, the India is receiving the aid from the foreign country. We can see the last one is the Japan. Japan is supporting India with the ODA, OECD development. And the second one is the USA, but when we see the line of the Korea, it is the last one, that is the below one. And the Korea through the KOICA, it support like this in the Asia. So I have put the map through the KOICA website. And this is how the KOICA or the Korean government has until now supported to India through the ODA or foreign aid. And we can see that there is, in the present time, there are 2 projects going on in India, but what we can learn from 2 projects, that one project is supported through the ILO, International Labour Organization, or UNESCO. The second project is directly given to the Indian government. So the 2 projects addressing to the to India, rural development, but the Korean name is nowhere you can find in the project. And there is another project which earlier happened in India that was only one project in 2012. And through that project, it was, yeah. I'm going to freeze in 30 seconds.
Please.
I'm sorry.
Your presentation.
Within 30 seconds. So this project was the first and last project, and that project was the pilot project that happened in India. We need to focus on this kind of project in India, which can eradicate or overcome with the poverty in India. So in conclusion, I would like to say that we need to fix the problem and reform the structure of Panchayati Raj or Manrega through the implementing of the Saemaul development model on the village by village basis. And that is the way we can improve the problem or address the problem of Indian regional development and sort out the problem. And through this initiative, it will strengthen the Indo-Korea special strategic partnership and enhance Korea leadership presence in India as well as in the Indo-Pacific region. With this word, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Kang. So this is a very interesting research comparing Saemaul of Korea with the Panchayat of India's community development. It will be a good lesson to development of community in India. Thank you very much for your presentation again. Yes, so yes, even if we don't have enough time, I would like to have the Q&A session shortly. So if you have a question, please raise your hand and please come to the mic. You want to finish this session? You don't have any questions? Is it okay? Yes. And then I would like to, okay. Please come to the mic. When you give a question, please kindly introduce yourself and give a question.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Hello, my name is Lulu from Indonesia. I'm a student at PSPS. I want to ask a question for Dr. Afzal from India. Dr. Afzal have said about a development program in India, but it's not successful. I want to wonder why the program is not successful. What is the factor? And I also wonder how is Saemaul Undong can be implemented in Korea and force the successful of the community development program in your opinion? Thank you.
So, 마이크 좀 주실 수 있으실까요?
Thank you very much for very significant question. Actually, as I have explained in the power presentation, India have the Panchayat Raj system, and one Panchayat consists with the 7 to 8 villages, or sometimes 15 villages in India. The problem in India is Indian society is divided into the caste, subcaste, or the religion basis. So in one village, the upper caste is living. In the second village, the lower caste is living, or the subcaste are living. So all the benefit given by the central government for the rural development, the prestigious class taken all the benefits, and they do not give to the lower caste people, or the people living in the lower class villages. So in order to address this issue, the government have introduced the MG Narega, that I explained in 2005. And this given the 100 days of the employment, and as well as the guarantee of the employment. But despite of that, this scheme cannot reform the society, because the people just believe that they will get the job, but that's not the stable job for them. The employment is not stable. That make minimum 100 days employment. So they get the an informal sector employment. So, but in other way, the Saemaul implement in village to village, per village. So if Saemaul model could be implemented in India, that could be implemented by the village, and village by the village, not by the panchayat, which can consist of 7 to 8 villages. So every village have the same kind of people living in the same kind of, like if one village has the subcaste, all people belong to the subcaste. So they are equal in the village, but not into the panchayat system. So in this way, it could be the game changer in India. It will bring the equality into the village, and also it could be the kind of like the spark as a bottom up kind of like the idea which in the initial stage the Korea had. The people have decided what we need to change into the village. So in this way, it can be changed. And also the Manrega scheme actually, even though the government is doing the rural development, but the people do not think that this is my work. They just earn money for they're just getting employment. So they think that this is the government work. But in the other hand, the Saemaul have the function that it is my work, it is my village work. So that kind of the consciousness reform which India need, or any developing country need, which I have studied through this comparative study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Khan. So sorry, we don't have enough time to discuss together in depth about this topic. So it's time to wrap up the session. So I hope this session will be an opportunity to share past cases of Saemaul Undong and Korea's development experience and apply them to national development, contributing to global prosperity. So this concludes session 3. A heartfelt thank you to the speakers and honorable guests for being here this Global Saemaul Forum to celebrate the 77th anniversary of Yeungnam University. Thank you all very much.
네, 고맙습니다. 긴 시간
Thank you very much. Please give another big round of applause to the chair of the session. It's already 12:10, and the afternoon session will resume at 1:30 p.m. You could have the lunch at Eunajong, which is located on the second floor of 천마아트센터. Please move to the next building through the Sky Bridge located outside of this hall. And please make sure to take your meal coupon. And for the VIPs and the distinguished speakers, there is another luncheon venue. So for all of the students, please make sure to take your meal coupon and move on to the Eunhajong, which is located on the second floor of this building. Thank you.
참석자분들께서는 안쪽 공간으로 이동 부탁드리겠고 Turn your phone to private or silent mode. 잠시 후에 시작되겠습니다. 자리 착석 부탁드리겠고요. 휴대전화는 진동이나 무음으로 바꿔주시면 고맙겠습니다. 잠시 5분 뒤 1시 30분부터 오늘 마지막 세션이 진행되겠습니다. 네, 글로벌 세마
We'll soon begin the Global Saemaul Forum. Please be seated. On your table, there are interpretation receivers, so please don your receivers if you need interpretation service. Did you all enjoy your lunch? This will be the last session of today's forum. Now we'll start the last session of this forum with a presentation sharing best Saemaul practices. This session will be chaired by Professor Emeritus Kim Gi-soo of Yeungnam University, and we will invite 4 speakers who will give in-depth lectures. If time permits, we're going to have a Q&A session toward the end of the session. If you have any questions, please write them in your note, and please come up with your questions during the Q&A session. The speakers will come up to the podium on the left of the stage. Now I will pass the microphone to Professor Kim Gi-soo of Yeungnam University. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. I think this is the last session of Global Saemaul Forum of 2024. I think most of you might be a little bit tired, right? So since this is the last session, so please just try to focus a little bit of more time on these presentations. So in this presentation, in this session, we have the 4 presentations. 3 of presenters are graduates of Park Chung-hee School of Policy and Saemaul. So they will introduce how they apply the Saemaul Undong in their own countries. So we have one practice case of Indonesia, and also we have Kyrgyzstan, and also 2 cases of Korea. So I hope all of you enjoy the best practices presentations in this session. Each presenter will have 15 minutes for presentation, and at the end of all presentations, if we have time available, and then we'll have a Q&A time. So now let us invite Aida Musaeva from Kyrgyzstan. She will, I think she will present about how she worked in Kyrgyzstan for development, especially rural development, applying Saemaul Undong.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, dear professors, dear students. I'm so happy to be here. First, I want to express my deepest gratitude for the founder of PSPS, Maya Baji. You are doing a great job. You have given to the developing countries many talents and many leaders. Thank you so much. I am Kyrgyz Saemaul soldier. At the same time, I am Saemaul practitioner, and I am in the final stage of my PhD program. So my topic is alternatives for local development for the Kyrgyz Republic. We have heard about India. Now I want to invite you to the Kyrgyzstan. Basically, I have come to PSPS 2014 and graduated 2016. From that moment, I have become Saemaul soldier. So it was my biggest dream. How can I apply to Kyrgyz Republic? First, I want to introduce the country context. Kyrgyz Republic is also known as Stan countries. Kyrgyzstan is one of the post-Soviet countries in Central Asia. It's only country characterized by its open political economic processes. It is open, but weakness in governance are pervasive. Economy is vulnerable to external shocks. Kyrgyzstan is migrant-centric country also. 1 million people now in Russia also. Kyrgyzstan has experienced 3 instances so-called colorful revolution in Central Asia, 2005, 10, and 20. Political instability, the main contributing factor to slow development, no leaves chance for local development. Over the past 20 years, remittances have emerged as a crucial factor driving economic development in Kyrgyzstan. In search of a better life, ordinary people living abroad. So this is a case, and the motivation of this research is to find local development alternatives. So first is Saemaul Undong from South Korea, and one model from Europe, its leader. So here is a research question: what are the guiding principles of both role models and the similarities, differences of both role models? And the main question is, how can we apply these role models to Kyrgyzstan? What does it mean, local development? So through the literature review, mainly local development is, we have to concentrate on whom and where is the local development takes place. Mainly in 80s, it was economically disadvantaged territories attracted new businesses to relocate from centers to peripheries. However, mid-90s, local development focused on self-help activities and through the initiative of local stakeholders, government agency, business, and the community. Local development also focuses on the indigenous and endogenous development. So indigenous is bottom-up, and the local knowledge is very important also. So the main focus is to create job opportunities. So local development is everything what we have mentioned is in the Saemaul Undong. I want to skip this part. Sorry. In comes when everyone here to learn Saemaul Undong. So first of all, you have to be very knowledgeable about Saemaul Undong, their history, the background of the country. So citizen participation, election of women as the leaders of Saemaul Undong, patriarchal Korean society was a hallmark of the first democratic regime and developmental state in Saemaul Undong, blessed with government pursuit of export-driven economy to subsidize Saemaul Undong projects, catching up period. Saemaul Undong is a modernization movement that went hand in hand with urban industry and developed agricultural industrial sectors. Saemaul Undong characteristics, mindset change, community development, is building infrastructure, and income increase. So to increase competition, Korean government has divided villages into basic self-help and self-sufficient. So I have employed here a comparative study with European and Saemaul Undong. What we have found is similarities and differences. In the authoritarian regime, Saemaul Undong launched its centralization, and I think it was the urgent task for government to alleviate poverty. And the Korean culture has also deeply ingrained in spirit cooperation. And so this was differences of both models. And the last research question is very important. How can we apply to Kyrgyzstan based on its context? So during my PhD studies and field studies in Kyrgyzstan, so I have come up with this tripartite stakeholders model. As you see here, 3 main key local actors. Without these 3 key local actors, we cannot think about local development. So local government, community, and the private sectors are very key when you want to develop locally. And how we can cooperate within 3 key stakeholders. And here we look from Saemaul cooperation culture, and we want to search, does Kyrgyzstan has this kind of cooperation culture? In order to test and to find cooperation culture in Kyrgyzstan, this research has employed 3 case studies. One, Korean Saemaul Undong application in Kyrgyzstan. It's COICA-funded My Village initiatives. And 2 other case studies also I have employed here. However, the main focus is My Village based on the Saemaul core principles, self-help, diligence, and cooperation. A semi-structured questionnaire were applied, 48 respondents, and the main methodology is interview and the semi-structured questionnaires. This is a territory of Kyrgyzstan research area. As you see, my village project launched in the pilot of 30 villages, and mainly in the southern part of Kyrgyzstan. Why southern part? Southern part is very, the poverty is high. The country is, Kyrgyzstan is 90% of mountains. So even the mountains divide north and the southern part. Southern part a little bit disadvantaged. So that's why I think COICA selected these disadvantaged areas to launch Saemaul Undong under the My Village project. So I have visited by myself every village. During my stay in Hungary, I have visited 8 times, 10 times. Even during this time, we have had our 3rd revolution. So this was a very expensive research topic. Discussion and findings. So I know that everyone is interested how we can apply. This is what we have found from this research. COICA funded My Village, based on Saemaul core principles. They have selected 30 pilot villages, and the first phase was to improve basic infrastructure. So first phase was just building main basic infrastructure. Then second and third phases were focused on income increase. I understand that when you have facilities, key facilities, then you think about income increase projects. Unfortunately, COICA My Village was launched only 3 years. And during these 3 years, the remote villages just focused on infrastructure. It's very good. It helps a lot to local disadvantaged areas. However, when we think about Saemaul spreading and changing mindset, it's a key. But still, they think that Saemaul Undong is building infrastructure. And however, it's half, 50%. Now we have to work. It's not only infrastructure, it's also mindset change. It's also instilling can do, will do, must do spirits. So what they have, they did COICA My Village. They have the very key here. They have selected from pilot villages men and women, local leaders. In Kyrgyz culture, traditional culture, we have informal heads. We have aksakals called village leader, aksakals, elders, and we have also clan system. So main clan, they are respected. So they have COICA concentrated on the context of Kyrgyzstan. So they have chosen the best leaders from every pilot regions, villages, local leaders. And the cooperation, I have mentioned earlier, in Kyrgyzstan, we have Ashar method. I think my Uzbek colleagues also know it's very popular in Central Asia. Hashar, yes, Hashar, Asar, we call it Ashar. It is voluntary participation of villagers. However, this is, how can I say, the Ashar method is also for community building, and this is also for family. If you are in need, you call your family to build something, there is no money. And the local governments mainly employ Ashar method when there is a flooding, or there is an emergency. They call every household, there is Ashar, please come. And nobody asks money. This is really voluntary participation of villagers. So Ashar is employed in the My Village, in the Saemaul Undong in Kyrgyzstan, and a local self-government contribution was a donor's requisite. They have demanded, you have to contribute also to this project. It was vital. Summary and conclusion: in Kyrgyzstan, the concept of local development is still evolving and it requires investment in human capital, particularly in fostering local entrepreneurs integrated into the community, critical to this forming partnership with the key local stakeholders. The research urges to find best leaders on the ground who will lead the community. Importance of finding key locals is essential part in local development in Kyrgyzstan. Collaboration should be based on mutual interests, emphasizing partnership over traditional cooperation methods like Ashar approach. While Ashar method may have utility in remote areas, in low population densities, given Kyrgyzstan's high migration rates, it's not optimal strategy for the 21st century. Thus, there is a pressing need to shift towards partnership-based collaboration with the local stakeholders to drive effective local development in Kyrgyzstan. I'm confident that my research in local development will serve as step-stoning for further impactful research. Basically, this is all. What I want to tell is, after graduating from PSPS, I have joined the Global Saemaul Foundation organization in Kyrgyzstan immediately. From that, I have started volunteering. All my projects are on voluntary basis. I am investor of my own projects. Nowadays, when I graduated, I was alone in this field. Today, after 8 years, I have thousands and hundreds of Saemaul leaders on the ground. I'm so happy. I did all my best. And today, I want to send message to my Abaji. Today, I want to be not soldier, I want to be veteran, Saemaul veteran. So no more soldiers. I am done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Aida Musaeva. Thank you very much for sharing your experience as a Saemaul soldier in Kyrgyzstan. I forgot to introduce her. She is currently working with the Good Neighbors International in Kyrgyzstan, and she almost completed his PhD degree at the University of Pax, Hungary. Thank you very much again for your presentation. Give her a round of big applause. Okay, next we'll have a presentation by Vidya Lestari from Indonesia. She's working with the Ministry, Women Empowerment and Child Protection, Republic of Indonesia now.
안녕하세요. Good afternoon. The Honorable Professor Kim Ki-soo, Professor Handegan, and the Honorable Professor Lee Jong-ju, and all of the speakers here and all of the participants here. Thank you for the opportunity. And also congratulations, happy 77th anniversary of Yeungnam University. My name is Vidya Lestari. You can call me Vidya. I am PSPS alumni from Saemaul and International Development 2015 admission. Currently, I'm working as a policy analyst in Ministry of Women Empowerment and Child Protection. Previously, I worked as the head of gender monitoring and evaluation for cooperative, small, medium enterprise, and creative economy. And first and foremost, I want to extend my heartfelt appreciation for PSPS, which has provided this meaningful platform through 2024 Global Saemaul Forum. Actually, today I want to share my experience. PSPS KOICA is an eye-opening program in embracing meaningful community development. It is my reflection, my journey in enhancing knowledge and experience for better self-improvement. Okay, not working? Can you help me? go down? How much? Okay. Based on my experience, PSPS Koika has changed me a lot. And has changed my mindset and personally to be better. And also, PSPS Koika provide me valuable knowledge for community development in 4 points essential. First is transformative. The Saemaul Undong model is very practical and can be transformed and synergized and integrated into program and activity, especially in my issue for women empowerment and gender equality through home industry. And then the second is empowerment. Of course, as we know that the essential of Saemaul Undong is empowerment. And the third is initiative. PSPS Koika in Saemaul Undong let me to think strategically and initiative to develop, to contribute in community development through women economic home industry and learn. Through PSPS, I think we not only just learning, but we also the learning process in PSPS brings students closer to best practice of Saemaul community development. And it has become a valuable benchmark for integrating the Saemaul Undong perspective in our program or in our future program. Okay, next. Okay, and this is it is my after graduating, my career path is more have a progress. In 2019, I got position for head of division in gender monitoring, and then in the 2020, I become head of subdivision for children health and welfare. In Deputy Children in Development, and in 2021. I become policy analyst in the Ministry of Women Empowerment, and in 2022 until now, I become the Secretary of ASEAN Women Entrepreneurs Network to promote women economic empowerment in ASEAN member countries. PSPS Koika also opened the great opportunity to network with people internationally. This is my development as a speaker, Business Beyond Border International in India, and also become secretary in the ASEAN Women Entrepreneurship Network. And also I have a chance to become project officer for ASEAN Pacific Economic Cooperation under Policy Partnership on Women Economic. At this time, I have a chance to invite all the students in PSPS as a participant to this workshop to give them the learning experience in international development in gender equality. And also, the last is I got a Best Action Plan Award in 2021 by Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, the Republic of Korea, to promote gender equality and women economic empowerment. Saemaul Undong practice in Indonesia through women economic empowerment is in our country we have a big issue in women. First is woman migrant worker, woman human trafficking, and child marriage. This is the biggest issue that we have to combat. And our ministry make a flagship program how to boost the woman economic in the rural area. So we develop a home industry program in rural area. And then I integrate the Saemaul Undong perspective in guideline and in guideline for capacity building for women home industry through self-help and create women can accommodate themselves to create product, benefit from the process, and also through home industry, create local facilitator who actively promote home industry to women in their self-development and improve their quality of life. And for diligent and serve, there is a change in attitude of women in the rural area when join the home industry with the spirit Saemaul Undong. They know that the importance of the diligence is very important to develop their product. And then also the cooperation and sharing. Women leader in home industry sharing all the knowledge for the women in rural area. And also as because this program is successful because can increase the income of women in rural area, can increase the number of home industry, and also this program we share under triangular cooperation between government of Indonesia and government of Afghanistan. Under GIZ Germany, we built one concept, home industry program in rural area for women economic empowerment in Afghanistan. Here a glimpse of women economic empowerment, community developments. Okay. As you know, the Indonesia population is so big, it's around 270 million, and half of that population is women. So that's why women is very beneficial for our developments. Okay, I don't want to, okay, for the global gender gap, as because this is, in here there is Professor Handegan. I know about this because of Professor Handegan teach me about this. According to Global Gender Gap Report, Indonesia has a close 68% for the overall gender gap. The ranking 101 globally, and only and the wider and there is a lot of gap, which currently about 64.7%. It is because women participate in labor market significantly less than men, and then wage and fixed income gap also large, and also 81% female worker in informal sector. Like I said before, the background of this program is to reduce women migrant worker, to reduce violence against women, to reduce women trafficking. And also we want to achieve sustainable development goals in number 5, gender equality and women empowerment. So if we'll take a look in PSPS building, there is a lot of our nation country flag, right? Under Australian in number 5, there's number 5, gender equality and women empowerment. So Saemaul Undong through gender really align with gender equality. And then it is fact about women home industry. Okay, I will keep it. And then this pilot project we conducting in 7 provinces in Indonesia and 21 districts in Indonesia. And we make the category for the beginner and then for developing and for the advanced. And this is the stage of home industry implementation. This stage of industry implementation I also adopted from the Saemaul Undong principle, starting from the MOU, and then we making a mapping, identify location, mapping women, and then we preparing for the facilitator. We also provide the capacity building. Strategy, we facilitating the women home industry, we broadening knowledge, and also we enhancing and developing partnership of networking cooperation. Yes, local government support. Local government support is very essential to support home industry program. It is harmonizing a top-down and bottom-up approach that it is also principle of the Saemaul Undong. And also the role of field facilitator. We integrate and perspective Saemaul Undong in capacity building when we encourage women home industry to get knowledge about entrepreneurship in rural area. Of course, the multi-stakeholder partnership. We cannot success alone. So we have to collaborative synergy between government and then TS or private sector or and university. Impact and change. Of course, the impact of this home industry program is increase women income, increase the number of women home industry, and also PSPS, KOICA Indonesia contribution to achieve sustainable development goal by implementing small community development through women economic home industry in Indonesia in rural area. And also this model also encourage and enhance gender equality in gender equality, because division work at home for women who conduct in home industry, she can partnership with her husband. So the gender equality is the success of the home industry by women change the mindset of the gender relation. This is documentation of the program. Okay, I think I want to add some closing here. I think for me, PSPS KOICA is eye-opening program in embracing meaningful community development, especially for me in women economic empowerment. And then while studying in PSPS Yeungnam University, I realized something that I found something important here. It wasn't just degree or knowledge, but I found myself. When I was given the freedom to determination, direction of my research, my project, I knew what I like and I knew what made me feel alive. For example, before I enter PSPS, when I implementing project, I just focus with outcome only, output only. As long as 1 years, the project complete is finished like that. After I graduate from PSPS, my mindset changed. It's not about output and outcome again, but meaningful and impactful program is very important. And also, I hope that PSPS KOICA can continue in the next year, can sustainable, because the impact and because the impact is very big, especially for developing countries. And for my junior PSPS, I want to share with you that don't underestimate Saemaul campaigns in early morning. Really, trust me. When you graduate, you will believe me. I will give you a sample. Before, when I become student like you, I feel like lazy. Why I have to wake up early? Why I have to cleaning something? But when I graduate, oh my God, I realized that the Saemaul campaign is my investment networking. Once upon a time, I have a business trip to Africa, Mauritius, and I met my senior, and they helped me. And also, when I working in ASEAN, the director said to me, please connection with the Timor-Leste. At the time, Timor-Leste haven't become officially ASEAN country, but I have to contact. But I remember I have a brother in PSPS from Timor-Leste. I just contact less than 3 weeks, less than 3 days, everything complete and everything solved. Okay, I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vidya Lestari. She talked about her experience at the PSPS and how education at the PSPS had changed her life after. And also she shared her projects for the women empowerment and gender equality and child protection. Especially talked about a project called the Home Industries Project. Thank you very much again for your the presentation. So let us give her a big round of applause again. So as you can see here, the PSPS graduates are working in many different countries. These two ladies worked in different two countries, Kyrgyzstan and Indonesia, and many other our graduates are working very hard to apply Saemaul Undong in so many different developing countries. And now we will have another graduate of PSPS. She's working in Korea. Let me invite Ms. Song-yi Kim.
Presentation, I want to be excused that I give a presentation in Korean, and also it is not so academic. Okay, let me start. 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon. I am Kim Song-yi, Department Manager at Saemaul Undong Gyeongbuk Office. Well, it's an honor and pleasure to deliver a presentation at my school. First of all, I'll start with introducing myself, and then I'm going to introduce Youth Saemaul Undong by Saemaul Center. And then I'm going to talk about the goal of Saemaul Undong, the outlook for the future of Saemaul Undong. So let me introduce myself again. I am Kim Song-yi, the next generation Saemaul leader. Currently, I am a department manager at Saemaul Undong Gyeongbuk Office, and I graduated from Yeungnam University and at PSPS. And I used to be in charge of college Saemaul clubs at Saemaul Undong Center. And now, currently, I focus on domestic Saemaul Undong. The theme of my presentation is related to the theme of today's forum. Saemaul Undong is a mindset transformation movement that is based on diligence, self-help, and cooperation. Now, Korea is an advanced country. When we talk about Saemaul Undong, for the older generation, Saemaul Undong is a source of national pride and a part of glorious history. But like for younger generation, they are not so much interested in Saemaul Undong, even though they are aware of that movement. Even today, Saemaul Undong takes place in 18 cities and provinces, 228 municipalities, and across the nation, Saemaul Undong is taking place. And at each municipality level, there are Saemaul Undong taking place. And up to date, there have been 1.8 Saemaul Undong leaders. Then what do they do across the nation? Saemaul Undong is not limited to economic development. The ultimate goal of Saemaul Undong is enlightening. And whenever there is a national crisis, Saemaul Undong led the effort. One of the major goals of Saemaul Undong is carbon neutral in order to address the climate change issue. And we also focus on enhancing the capabilities of Saemaul leaders. Saemaul Undong is taking place both in and out of the country, and Saemaul Undong Center is managing the performances of Saemaul Undong both in and out of the country. Well, I prepared a video, but okay. It's a brief video about Saemaul Undong Center. There has been a mission of Saemaul Undong Center, and actually it is a challenge of the day. Saemaul leaders are aging today, and since 2000, the lifestyle of Koreans changed significantly, and less and less people become Saemaul leaders. And in order to attract the younger generation, Saemaul Undong Center have made various efforts. And let me first elaborate on Saemaul college Saemaul clubs. Colleges are where young people gather and exchange. College clubs are where college students gather and share their common interests. And we came up with the idea of sharing the idea of Saemaul at college clubs, so we can train them as Saemaul leaders. That's how we started this program. So the Saemaul Undong Center signed MOUs with colleges. In 2021, we started a project of college Saemaul clubs. And as of 2023, we signed MOU with 67 colleges, including Yeungnam University. And we organized 60 college Saemaul clubs. And across the nation, there are 2,800 members. But we have one problem. Once they graduate from the college, they are no longer tracked, because many times these students are from different cities and villages. And once they start their career, they do not no longer stay at the area where their colleges are located. So it is very hard to communicate with these graduates. Once they graduate, we may keep them in our network. However, the youngest male leader at the moment is in his and her 50s, so it is very hard to attract those young people once they graduate. That's why we came up with the idea of youth solidarity of Saemaul. And the qualifications for this youth solidarity is people who are younger than 45 and college graduates, and this is not to limit their educational qualification, but we want to give continuity after their college graduation. We do not want to burden the young people, so what we want is that we want loose network, and after they graduate, they can still stay in the network of Saemaul, and then they can maintain their motivation, and they can have positive motivation, so they can still be engaged in Saemaul Undong. And I briefly introduced youth Saemaul Undong. Then now I'm going to talk about how we can relate that to our everyday life. One of the most serious challenges of the country we face is that the low birth and aging population. And a lot of young people think differently about family. And the population is aging, and birth rate keeps declining. Why do we worry so much about low birth rate then? Because this leads to declining economically active population. Now, many people say that AI will replace people. However, there are still industries that still require human labor. In these sectors, we have to employ labor from other countries. In Yeungnam University, which is a global campus, there are a lot of international students. I graduated from PSPS, and I married to a student from Ghana, and I am now having a multinational family, multicultural family. In 2022, the number of foreigners staying in Korea, residing in Korea, stood at 4.4% of the entire population. So there are different ethnicities in Korea these days. In Europe, the Europe opened their doors to foreigners even before we did. Do you know the four most popular and most paid soccer players in Europe? They are from outside of France as well. France seems to be a multi-ethnic country. However, even in France, there were riots against the social discrimination. And there are a lot of discontents in the society of France because the French government used to demand that they have to give up on their own culture and ethnicity and assimilate with French people and French culture. Starting from 1970s, the society changed really rapidly. And the older generation who are more rigid and the society which was rigid, the young people can bridge the difference between the foreigners and the older generation of Korea. There is a famous YouTuber in Korea. He had an interview with a person from Rwanda. There is a African saying that it requires a village to raise a child. And these days, what used to be done by the community is now on each individual. If you think of the social issues such as low birth rate, they are often rooted from the lack of this community spirit. Saemaul 운동 cannot be done individually. It is a community movement. We have to build a safer and happier world. Through sharing Saemaul 운동 model, we can contribute to the world and we can build correct, right values through global citizenship education. And all these can be done by Saemaul 운동 leaders. And this is the task for the young Saemaul leaders. So we have to look to the future. Now we are facing various issues such as low birth and aging population. We have to challenge the world. We have to prepare a society which can harmonize a different culture and different people. We have to enlighten and harmonize it through Saemaul 운동. I expected more Korean students than foreign students. So this is a part from the Joseon Dynasty historical document. And this is saying that Korean people rose when there was a national crisis, even though they did not receive much from their nation. And this was written in 1592. And I wanted to deliver this message to Korean students. And many of you from PSPS, I want to emphasize that. Well, I wanted to say this in English, but I do not want to make any mistakes, so I'm going to say this in English. My husband came to Korea in 2016, and even he didn't expect that he was going to live in Korea that long. Now this is the 9th year for him to live in Korea. And earlier, the Migrant Smart Agricultural Program was mentioned during our presentation. We never know what is ahead of us and what opportunities lie ahead of us. In globalization and internalization, nobody can escape from such a grand trend. So what's important is, no matter where you are, what's important is you have to keep the spirit and mindset of Saemaul Undong, and wherever you are, you can pursue Saemaul Undong. This will conclude my presentation.
Ms. Song-hee Kim, she introduced the issues of Korea, the recent issues of Korea, and the kind of Saemaul Undong activities implemented by Saemaul Undong Center. So she introduced her personal life as well. And it was very impressive that she said that wherever you are, you have to keep the Saemaul spirit. And then the world becomes a better place to live. That was very impressive comments. She's working as the department manager of Saemaul Undong Gyeongsangbuk-do office. Thank you very much again for your presentation. Let us give her a big round of applause again. So I think we are approaching to the end of the session. The last presenter will be Joo-hyung Lee. He is the professor of Yeungnam University and also director of Institute for International Development Cooperation of Yeungnam University. His major is forestry management. I think his presentation might be about the issues related with the forestry management by applying the Saemaul Undong.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so pleased that this is the last session, last presentation of this 2 days forum. So today I want to talk about the forest. Forest means trees, plantation, and woods or trees. So let me start a very simple question. So how we get the money from the forest? How we get the money from the forest? Maybe most people think about the cutting timber and sell them in timber market. This depends on the timber market price, but maybe it depends on the cubic meter or volume of trees. But what if, let me think about it, what if when the trees grows so slowly, then you have to wait for around 60 years to cut the timber. 60 years, 60 years. Or there is a very limited land. And when you cut the timber and maybe in 10 years, there is no trees in the ground. That is a problem in the past in Korea. So after the Korean War and through this reforestation project, we have this question. And today's presentation, not just about the conservative forest management, selling the timber, cutting timber, timber production, but also how we get the money through the forested land, enjoy the forested land. There's a new conception of new paradigm of forest management. And I prove this Indonesian case. And we have a international cooperative project. And through this new paradigm of forest management, we earn the money at the local community. So let's start today's presentation. So as we know, there was a big events in 20th century in Korea. So colonial period by Japan and also the Korean War. And after these two big events, yes, evacuation and there's a lot of refugee. After Saemaul Undong, right, this comes to Saemaul Undong. But all the landscape was completely devastated, like that one. So the left side shows us the downtown in Daegu, this mega city, around 2.2 million population in Korea. The right side is exactly the same place in Daegu, downtown. It's around 1953 in downtown in Daegu is completely devastated. There is no construction or no houses, just this long line just for wait for the food. It's just wait for the food. But the right side is hot place in Daegu, right? This is high contrast during this around the 70 years the gap. And how about this landscape? The left side is just after the Korean War, the old landscape. There is no trees on the mountains, just devastated land and degraded forest land. There's no trees, just bare ground. Maybe some of you know about the precipitation or rainfall in Korea. So all the rainfall is concentrated at June, July, and August, maybe some part of September. Around 1,300 millimeter per year is concentrated only 3 months. And this bare ground, when heavy rainfall comes every year's landslide and debris flow or the natural disaster. That's a serious problem. And how about the right side? full of trees. It's regreening and rehabilitation is completely finished. When? In the past, in the 1987. That was actually a really successful history and also very, very serious problem in forest section. Yes, it's Korea Forest Service photos devastated land in the past, 1950, 1960. There's no trees. And the former President Park Chung-hee, he insists the forest land, timber, is a national asset. So we have to keep well, we have to conserve this whole forest land. We have to recover this forest land, of course. And it was succeeded. Yes, there's a from that kinds of landscape. It's really, really devastated and ruined landscape to this time. It's really full of trees. It's really succeeded. It's one of the very successful results by Korea Forest Service, KFS. And that the problem comes that when it finished actually this national reforestation project 1973 to 1987, when it finished this a successful project, then we have a serious problem. What we have to do now? As I told you, the circumstance or the conditions in Korea is not good for the tree growth. So we have to wait to cutting the timber. We have to wait at least 60 years. So what we have to do in 60 years, we cannot cut the timber. This is still very young trees. Even though it's very greening, but we cannot use it. We cannot sell it in the timber market. It's very low price. So we have to think about how the next some momentum, next idea, next business model through this forest. Yes, this is I summarized this nationwide reforestation project. It was very succeeded, and there is some number and statistic result, but okay, this is a very, very successful project. For example, just after the Korean War, is 0.4 billion cubic meter is a whole this Korean land peninsula. And after this reforestation is 10 billion cubic meter. It's a really succeeded project. And we move our interest from the conservative forest management to the new paradigm or new idea of forest management, like that one, forest culture, recreation, and human health, recovery human health. We have to wait for 60 years the cutting timber. Through this, during this period, we have to earn the money through the forest. So we change our mind. Okay, we are interested in this recreation and forest healing, recreational forest or healing forest or some part of ecotourism. So just like that. This is yes, the greening is already complete, finished. And all the kinder or some others or young people, youth, they go up to the mountains, climb up to the mountains, they use and they enjoy the forest. And it was a really, really successful result. Actually, there are two very successful results by KFS, Korea Forest Service. The one is reforestation project in the past, 1970, 1980. The other one is recreational forest. So nowadays, more than 19 million people visit recreational forest, entire around 197 in entire Korea. There is 197 recreational forest in Korea, and every year more than 19 million people visit recreational forest. Very interesting. You know how about the entire population in Korea? It's around 50 million people. That almost 40% of the population they visit this recreational forest. Everybody know about the recreational forest, and they go to the recreational. There is also accommodation, there's some equipment and some facility. They enjoy this all the program. Okay, that was really successful, and we spread this news whole the Asian country and some Asian country, Indonesia. They interested about this recreational forest in Korean style. So they ask us, please make a cooperation with our country, and please make some international, some like a forest ODA project. Yes, the healing forest, some education program, forest-based education program, also forest-based recovery program. There was a really, really popular here in Korea. I like them really. Yes, there's a full of fun, and they really enjoy this nature experience. Yes, that's also the forest interpretation program. We called not a forest guidance, we called forest interpretation, forest interpreter program. As a forest healing program, recovery of mind and health, mental, psychological, and physiological health. And it did around in the past, around 70 years ago, in the past, 1960 or 1970, when you just plants this steep slope, this bare ground, they don't even imagine this kind of forest management type, this new paradigm of forest management type. They just plants, they just recover. That is their ultimate goal. But now, the next generation, us, we think about just a new paradigm, new idea of forest use. Like, yes, that's also in the past. It's a really bare ground. And now we enjoy like a healing program, cure program, and recovery program. They actually really so popular, and everybody prefer this, we call the hammock program. Just sleeping in the forest, very, very fresh air, and really they enjoy the time. I'd like to say introduce the Dunak Lombok project in 2014. That is a homepage, webpage of Dunak Ecotourism Park. It was a really successful case study. 2013, there was a MOU, the two countries, Indonesia, Korea, Indonesia, and two president and prime minister make a MOU. And in 2014, we insist 5 years international cooperative project is sort of a forest ODA project. I'm the PM. The first year, I have to produce the master plan. Okay, the first year, I thought, okay, we construct a Korean-style accommodation, Korean-style forest road, and we initiate some Korean-style program, everything. Okay, that's fine. So first of all, we think about all some infrastructure or facility or equipment. It's very, very, very charming, right? Very attractive. And like that, and that's they realized as some Korean and Indonesian style, the mixed style. So visitor center and accommodation. But the problem is, actually, before that, I don't even think about Saemaul. I have no contact with the contact point with Saemaul Undong and the Saemaul department. But through this ODA project, I found a very serious problem, the other ODA project. Not just the KOICA project, but also the other GETZ by Germany or the BRD or some other, the JICA in Japan. The ODA project looks like very successful during this project period. But after the project, when the project is finished, the problem comes because there's no more money, there's no more support, and just the local community, they cannot maintain this project not so well. That maybe in 5 years later, there is nothing. All the condition was decreased, and they found another new project, new ODA project. So, and 60 or 70% later, the implementation of this project, I really worried about the sustainability. And then suddenly I remember these 3 principles of Saemaul Undong: self-help, diligence, cooperation. And I studied again this Saemaul Undong, and I want to adopt these 3 principles to the target area. So all the construction, yes, first, in the beginning of this project, I just focused on the construction and some facility. And finally, I found these 3 principles in Saemaul Undong, and I think, okay, the mankind, the human and local community plays most important role for the sustainability of this project. The problem is, how can we adapt this quite a different background, quite a different custom and tradition and culture? How can you adopt these Korean styles principles, Saemaul Undong principles to the target area? Because the target area is not a Jakarta and a capital city, not a modernized city. That is a really rural area. They don't know about the smartphone, they don't know about any modern culture. So we have to we have to adopt this very traditional Indonesian Lombok style culture. That was the problem. And we found fostering Dunak is the local name, Dunak Saemaul leader. We organized a big committee with all the stakeholders, include me and some the local university professor, and also some officer by government, and also the village leader. And we select a leader, a potential leader, very young people, around 15 to 20. And we invite them and we train them in Korea, the Saemaul Undong based, or about some knowledge, or about the ecotourism and forestry, also the forest-based recreation too. So here sometimes we visit there and we train them, and also sometimes we invite them in Korea and also in Yeungnam University. So around 4 years. So as I told you, it was a 5 years project, but in the first years, not 50 or 60% of the first years, we think, okay, this infrastructure is placed also very important role, but not so very important. The core issue of this project. Core issue of this project is the local community, improving capability of local community. That is very important of we keeping the sustainability of this project. And the result is very remarkable. Deforestation rate is 0. Local community income is dramatically increased, around $26,000 per year. And actually, local communities they ate what they fishing. They ate what they harvest. Just a very low financial status and low lifestyle, a very simple lifestyle. But the local community income is increased very dramatically. Status of village and restaurant, kiosk, or all the infrastructure is really improved than before. And they all satisfied, of course, and they know, okay, through this Saemaul Undong based recreational forest is worse, and they motivated of this project, and they all participate this project. It's very sort of a very good cycle and good momentum. And finally, we succeed this project in target area. I'm really proud of them. Yes, there's some brochure and some homepage, part of homepage, and they all engaged in this project. I think when we started reforestation in the past, we not satisfied at this status. We change. We think about every year. So we think about the new paradigm of new idea, and we improve. We promote the different type of forest management, and we spread them to other countries. And there was also the success story. Thanks so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Ju-Yeon Lee. His topic was very interesting. So he introduced the successful reforestation process of Korea, and once reforestation is achieved, how we utilize the forestry. I think it gives a lot of implications to the developing countries. So at this moment, most of developing countries like Ethiopia, they are more interested in forestation. But once you achieve forestation, and then you have to think how you can utilize or add value to the forest so that you can have extra income to the people. So, and also he shared his experience of implementing project in Indonesia. Thank you very much for your very interesting and insightful the experience. Okay. Now, do we have time to get the questions? So now, since all the presenters kept their time, so we have 10 or 20 minutes for discussions. So I want to get the questions from the floor now. Any questions or comments? Don't hesitate. Feel free, okay? You can ask any question to any presenter. Yeah, here, there is one question there. First,
Hello.
let us know to whom you are asking. Okay, first.
Oh, my question goes to Miss Aida from Kriegs.
Okay.
Yeah, she talked about after graduating from here and going back to her country, she started projects. And she said she has been the founder of the projects, and she has always she never got like assistance from outside, but she has been on her own. So my question is, what advice would you give to a student that is studying currently at PSPS? What advice would you give to a student who wants to follow the same footsteps as you? And also, what are the hardships you found alongside the way while implementing these projects back to your home country? Thank you.
So you can give them some tips or some advice to follow your path.
Thank you so much. What I did is I have immediately joined Saemaul Globalization Fund, and during this time I volunteered. Of course, they paid me for my lecture, but I donated this money for my own job. I also worked in another work. I also donated this money for my own job, for my own project. What we are now doing is we launched saving groups. Every week in Saemaul Undong era, women saved 1 bowl of rice, yes? What we do is, I already mentioned Kyrgyzstan is a very high migration is in Kyrgyzstan, so there is a remittances. In each household, there is 1-2 person in Russia or abroad. They send money. We have money, but we just spend for ordinary, for consumption and just daily consumption. And what we are doing now, we save every week $5 until 10. This money also goes to my own project. Wherever possible, I apply. However, I am still doing Saemaul Undong. That's why I want to announce myself. I want to get blessing. I want to be veteran, veteran of Saemaul Undong. What I want is, you can do it. You must do it. So I am here as a mentor. Reach me anytime. I am promoting Saemaul Undong in Europe. Now, European professors saying that very interesting topic, why it is undervalued and why it's not unknown in European context. That's why Kyrgyzstan became very small. Now I am in Europe, spreading Saemaul Undong.
Right.
Thank you.
I think she'll be a good mentor for all the PSPS students. So if you have any questions, and then just contact with her, and then ask questions and get some guidance. Yeah, here we have one more question.
Okay, first of all, thank you, all of you, for your amazing presentations, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to give a question. My question is to Professor Ju-Young Lee, and you told us about how you implemented Saemaul Undong in the context of cultural adaptation in Indonesia. I just want to know, how were you able to implement Saemaul spirit and Saemaul Undong with the adaptation of Indonesian culture, since they are different? Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a good question, actually. It's really hard. They had no idea about this Saemaul Undong or local development, this type of movement. So first of all, when we invite them to the Korea, first of all, we have to inform them what we do and how we overcame the barrier or some obstacle. And we informed them firstly in a couple of days just about the Saemaul Undong and our history. And we asked them, what do you think about that? Maybe there is some similarity in your culture or in your history. And they ask, and we discuss about, and we find some common issue, common core conception between the two countries. And we start from that common sense. Maybe in your country, in your history, there is also the local development, it's very similar, some program or some history, right? So we start from that. And we find again, there's some similarity between two countries. And then, actually, this technique or skills comes later, far later. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I think, every country has its own traditional culture and similar efforts, what we did in Saemaul Undong. So you try to find those out first, and then try to combine our Saemaul experience with those traditional culture, so that the projects can be more smoothly implemented. Because when you don't have any idea on what Saemaul Undong is, and then just to push our Saemaul Undong principles, and then it might be very difficult to be successful. Okay. So any other questions now? Or any comments might be good as well. Again? Comments? Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon once again. I didn't introduce myself earlier, but my name is Patience Awidi from Uganda, and currently a student at PSPS, majoring in public policy and leadership. I would like to give a comment about this forum. I would like to say thank you so much to the presenters. Thank you for the session Thank you for the session, and I would like also to appreciate all the message that you've passed across. The lady from Indonesia, thank you so much for empowering the fellow women around, and also representing the ladies in the house, and also I also realized the afternoon session was all about the ladies, so thank you so much for representing us. Yes, and Saemaul as a whole, it's a great program that all of us can take notes and take back home and also implement in our developing countries. And we hope that as we go back what we've taken from here, what the notes we've taken from here today, we're going to put it into practice, and also hope that it brings development and change in our countries. Thank you. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments? Okay, seems like you don't have any more questions. So if you don't have any more questions, and then I will stop here for the afternoon session of the second day of Global Saemaul Forum. Thank you very much for the presenters as well as attendees for your attention. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다. 김기수 교
Thank you. Please give a big round of applause to Kim Jae-chun for presiding the last session of the day. As he mentioned, the last session of Saemaul Forum just ended. And as we are wrapping up today's session, we are going to invite Professor Vice President Kim Jae-chun of Yeungnam University for his closing remarks. Good afternoon. I'm going to deliver my speech in Korean. Well, we spent a day listening to 8 cases and studies. They were all very interesting. They were all related to Saemaul Undong. However, the context of each speakers were very different, and their ideas and insights really varied. And I realized that just on the topic of Saemaul Undong, we can share a lot of ideas and insights. And I realized that there are a lot of experiences and cases accumulated on the topic of Saemaul. So it was really a pleasant experience. As I listened to 8 presentations, the cases and the studies in the Korean cases and the foreign cases. So we had both today. We listened to the cases in India, Kyrgyz, Myanmar, and Indonesia. And there were cases in Korea as well. There are different agencies working on different projects. And when it comes to Yeungnam University, there are projects done by Yeungnam Universities and the projects by KOICA and projects by Saemaul Undong Center. There are various Saemaul Undong programs and projects taking place both in and out of Korea. And I also realized that there are also local or regional development programs taking place in other countries, led by other countries, and there were studies comparing Saemaul Undong and other countries' initiatives. And Panchayat of India was also compared with Korean Saemaul Undong. So there are international development programs of other countries, and they were compared against Korea's Saemaul program. And I think there can be a lesson we can learn from those comparisons, and we can further develop our Saemaul Undong programs. The effects of Saemaul Undong can be studied by evidences, and Saemaul Undong is very powerful. If we study those evidences, we can find both the strengths of Saemaul Undong and weaknesses of Saemaul Undong. So we can further sophisticate and advance our Saemaul Undong programs. After listening to all 8 presentations, I think the keywords can be unity in diversity. And using Saemaul Undong, we can analyze and study and share different cases. So I think the sessions were very fruitful and useful. I'd like to thank the chairs and speakers and all the staff members. I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of you, and I'm going to wrap up my closing remarks. Thank you. Thank you, Vice President. We are going to end today's session with the closing remarks by Vice President Kim Jae-chun. Saemaul Undong is proven to be a successful model. I'd like to thank all the distinguished guests and speakers. This session could be successful thanks to all the participants and speakers. And this ends the Global Saemaul Forum celebrating the 77th anniversary of Yeungnam University. Thank you, everyone.
퇴장하시기에 앞서서 VIP 분들께
Today there will be dinner for VIP dinner. It will begin at 6. Please come to the dinner venue at 6. The dinner will take place at Babul Jitta Korean restaurant in Gyeongsan. Thank you.